part 2 where I'm going to do the finished line art. This is really the main thing to do. Finished line art is what the cartoon is all about. Then coloring it is easy, although I've got a lot of characters in here to color. So thank you for joining me again. And again, apologies for the break, but I like for these things to not run over 2 hours. And gotta take a break every couple hours. And readjust everything. Everything seems to want to be readjusted every couple of hours. Thank you for following, Tom Meyer. I appreciate that. I do need the follows. So I'm just going to start drawing from right to left because I'm left-handed. And I rethink everything as I draw. I haven't quite figured out how Bernie's jacket's going to work here. He needs the arm up wrinkles. If you wonder what I'm doing over here to the right, I have a little piece of sandpaper over to the right that I use to get my chisel points on my pencils the way I like them. So did I lose everybody online when I took that time off? I'm not seeing any number count. Oh, here's a comment on YouTube. Do you ever vote for the most cartoonable candidate rather than one you think would do a better job? You know, I don't. And likewise, I don't do the cheap gags bashing people if I'm not inclined to bash them. Which you might take note of regarding Donald Trump this year, because I have been unusually light in my Donald Trump criticism, just because I'm just thinking that those other Republicans are so much worse that people don't take Donald Trump in perspective with his colleagues. Donald Trump needs to get better credit for not being as much of a religious nut as his Republican competitors. Which is the big thing that worries me. So, Dawifa writes, you're brave mixing live chat and politics. Have you banned a lot of people? I think I've banned 3 or 4. But they didn't want to argue about politics. They just wanted to say 4-letter words. For no particular political reason that I can discern. So no, I haven't been having much political chat issue here. In fact, I notice, different from my email inbox, which is full of people who disagree with me, is Twitch has more of a how-to attitude. More like aspiring cartoonists or people that are more interested in asking questions about drawing than arguing politics, which is something I hadn't really considered, but it is very much a different audience than the Kaggle.com audience that has people coming and just looking at cartoons for content, editorial cartoons for content. Switch camera, please. Oh, boy, I certainly did that. Sorry about that, and thank you for letting me know, Dowifa. I have too many things on my mind, so if you notice me missing something, thank you for speaking up. Because I will miss things. Okay. And thank you, Matrix, for letting me know as well. Matrix, who is my computer genius who makes Kaggle.com run, was beeping me on my phone to change cameras. So, thank you for that, Sai. Part of the problem, you know, is that I'm delayed by 2 or 3 minutes. When you hear me talking, it's what I said 2 or 3 minutes ago. But I do get your chat in real time, so I get it in real time, I respond to it in real time, and you don't see it for hear it for 2 or 3 minutes. So awkward. I do get a lot of comments here from people who think that I should draw faster. Oh, that was BBC. Chris Christie has just dropped out of the race. As he should have, I think. BBC alerts on my phone. That's what you just heard. So much for Chris Christie. I didn't care much for drawing Chris Christie. So just as well. He strikes me as an angry guy. Oh, Matrix is telling me that Fiorina also dropped out. I missed that. Was that just a few minutes ago? I would say that my two least favorite candidates in the presidential race were Fiorina and Huckabee. And so it is nice to see them both drop out. Ted Cruz, you might think that I would think Ted Cruz is just god-awful monster, but he's fun to draw and he amuses me, and I like how he speaks. He's really quite clever, and he comes out with stuff on the fly that I enjoy. So politically, I would think he was awful, but as a cartoonist, I do enjoy him. Donald Trump is great for me as a cartoonist as well, but he is so tangibly better than Cruz that I have purposefully decided not to be too mean to him, unlike the other cartoonists who draw him as Hitler and stuff. Matrix says Carson is probably next. That would be interesting. Although, when a bunch of people drop out, it looks a little nominally better for the ones who have not yet dropped out. So perhaps things are brighter for Carson. Anyway, I think I'm safe with today's cartoon with Bernie and Hillary. So one problem I have in here is that my room has big windows, and as the light changes through the day, so too do the settings for my cameras need to change. I haven't quite figured out how to deal with that issue without clumsily saying re-switching the stream. Give me a minute. This will be 3 streams. This being part 2 of 3, and it will be finishing this line art, and then part 3 of 3 will be the color in Photoshop. So, Kid Scoop News. When drawing random people such as this cartoon's crowd scene, do you use reference or just make up the faces from your imagination? I make them up. I only use reference when I have something that's gonna be wrong if I don't draw it precisely that way. So I use reference for Hillary and Bernie's faces and for this Corinthian column. I could have looked up what Cupids look like, but Cupid came out of my head. Well, thank you for the question, Kid Scoop News. I'm sorry I missed you there because you're on YouTube. Kid Scoop News writes, speaking of candidates dropping out, have you ever been midway through a cartoon or just finished one and breaking news renders it obsolete? Oh, yes! Not an infrequent occurrence. Also, sometimes I'll do a wonderful drawing and a big news story will come on. And then my nice cartoon is worthless because nobody wants that cartoon. They all want the big news story. I'm forgetting just what the cartoon was, but not long ago when they had that Bataclan terrorist attack in Paris, I had just done a excellent Donald Trump cartoon. Oh, it was Donald Trump immigration cartoon. I drew him with Pepe Gonzalez as a Warner Brothers Looney Tunes cartoon. And I don't think that cartoon got printed at all because everybody was talking about the terror stuff in Paris, and Donald Trump and immigration just got lost. But I quite liked that cartoon. I think it got printed nowhere, and it was kind of provocative. I'll show it to you. Yeah, see, you ask a question, you get such a good answer. Let's bring that up. So I'm going to go to politicalcartoons.com. I'll show you this cartoon that I thought was good, but nobody ever printed it, I think, because MP, let's look for Daryl and search was this one. This cartoon. Donald Trump with 3 Sylvesters and Pepe Gonzalez calling him a nasty word in Spanish, pendejo. I liked that cartoon. Nobody printed it because it was on my drawing board getting finished right at the time the Paris attacks started taking over the news. So a critical of Donald Trump cartoon that nobody sees. And there you see it a little bit bigger. Anyway, enough of that. You asked a question about a cartoon that overtaken by the news, and there you go. Some news is so loud it drowns out all the other news, and there's no point drawing anything else because it's just not going to get printed. Happens alarmingly frequently. So folks, please do follow. I appreciate the follows. I need the follows. There's 33 of you here. That's enough of you to have some people that need a follow. Yeah, Kid Scoop News, I gave you an extra good answer to that one, huh? And a good cartoon that nobody saw. I couldn't even plug it on my own site because we had to devote the site to the Paris attacks. That cartoon got ignored everywhere, including from me. Okay, back to Bernie's face. And, again, in case you're wondering, here's Bernie. That's what I'm looking at on the screen in front of me. Have I drawn cartoons about TPP or TTIP? Right, Sprudel. Well, tell me more, Sprudel. What is the TTP, TTIP of which you speak? Or I suspect it's a Euro thing. Kid Scoop News writes, I'd save the Speedy Gonzalez cartoon. Long campaign and Trump is sure to go there again sooner or later. Well, it's there. But, it's It's a process. That cartoon has already been delivered. And people want fresh for the next one. So I think that cartoon has just suffered from unfortunate timing. Donald Trump got off easy on that one because I haven't drawn much criticism of Donald Trump. That was a critical Donald Trump cartoon. And I liked that cartoon. So sometimes I'm quite frustrated by things not getting reprinted. Trade partnerships deals. TTIP is the European version. We're having a lot of discussion here about the Asian trade deal. I forget the acronym for that. But I'm not really familiar with the European trade deal. I can tell you that foreign trade is quite the hassle for me in my little syndicate business. The tax rules and the filing requirements, really a pain in the butt. So folks, you 32 folks that are watching, please do follow me. I need the follows. Those follows have dried up. No follow for a half an hour. Sprudelel writes, in Germany, for example, they're taking extreme measures to keep the contents of it secret. Well, bastards. That's one of Donald Trump's big talking points. He loves to talk about how bad the trade deals are. You should see the tax forms I have to do for the foreign cartoonists in our group. Just bloody hell. And it costs as much to fill out the forms as it does in tax that's getting withheld. And the cartoonists just are incensed. You're taking American taxes out of my money. I don't want to pay American taxes. I don't like America. I'm sorry, cartoonists, but I must follow the law. To which angry banter follows. Okay, Barney. Oh, Pigeon Schilt. I'm glad you love this Pigeon Schilt. Have you followed me? Because I need the follows. I suspect many of you watch without committing to follow. And think about how terrible that is for a minute. That's just terrible. Oh, thank you, Pigeon. Oh, you did just now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to have to draw Bernie's face, aren't I? I've been kind of procrastinating that. You can tell the way that I draw. I need to go from right to left just because I'm left-handed, but I procrastinate as much as I can. Okay, Bernie. In case you're wondering, I've got a big glass of pencils over here. My tech genius, Psi Matrix, has talked me into sharpening all of my pencils when I'm not live streaming. One of the many new skills I have to learn from this streaming experience. Don't sharpen your pencils. I also used to watch talking heads on TV all day long as I drew. And I feel like I'm a bit detached from some of the news by doing this drawing without the sound on. Well, without the sound on the TV. Pigeon loves Bernie. That's nice. Alright, Bernie. Bernie has this interesting nose that is the anchor for his face. And people think of his hair and top of his head as the anchor, but it is not. It is his interesting nose. And the nose is asymmetrical and kind of odd, and thinner from the front than it is from the side. And you can't really draw it the way it looks because you got to get the feel of it rather than the actuality of it. Let's see if I like that for a while. These lines that come down from your nose to the sides of your mouth are called pillars. Cartoonists put a lot of stock into pillars. We think a lot about pillars. So anyway, thank you again, Pigeon, for following. I appreciate it. Got his nose looking a little funky here, but it has a sense of kind of being right. So I'm not sure I want to muck with it. He does get this interesting lower lip stuff going on. That is fun. I enjoy the lower lip. Jazzy606 writes, did drawing come to you naturally or did you really have to work at it? I'm afraid you really have to work at it, Jazzy. I've just been drawing for years and years, and you know, I find that most of my cartoonist colleagues have kind of a similar background of getting into this, which is we all collected comic books and drew superheroes. And I think that's true of guys my age, but I don't think it's true of kids getting into cartooning these days, because where when I was a kid we collected comic books, now kids don't do that. They play games. And you're not sitting drawing all the time when you're a gamer. So a lot of those many hours spent behind a pencil are just not something that happens with kids these days. Yeah, Bernie is fun. I like Bernie. Alright, I've got to get his left eye right. What is... his left eye is bigger than the right eye. Oh, so Pigeon, you do collect comics and spend all your time drawing. Good. That's what you need to do. And I find that it doesn't really matter what you draw. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's fine for you to be drawing comics, because that'll help you to draw absolutely anything. Naked people in spandex is your door to drawing anything in the world. Dawifa writes, did you meet Jim Henson? If so, any stories? Well, you know, I worked for the Muppets from about 1978 through about 1993. And I I was right out of college in '78. I moved to Manhattan to seek my fortune as an illustrator, and in those days there were no fax machines, there was no Federal Express. I think my Bernie's looking kind of good. And so to be a credible illustrator, you had to live in Manhattan. And so I moved to Manhattan, and I started carrying my portfolio around to places in 1978. And I did a whole bunch of beginning illustrator kind of work. Did a lot of work for Scholastic. I did books. And pretty quick there, the Muppets picked me up as a favored Muppet illustrator, and they actually kept me fully booked doing Pigs and Frogs and Sesame Street for about 15 years. They actually had somebody there whose responsibility it was to make sure that Daryl did not sit idle, that he always had some Muppets to draw. So I was a freelancer working at home, but they booked every hour, which was just wonderful. I bought a house in Connecticut. And the Muppets were great. And the whole reason was that Jim Henson liked the way I drew Muppets. And I would see him once in a while because I'd go into the townhouse. And he always had a kind, generic thing to say. "Oh, hello, Daryl. Love the way you draw those Muppets. Lots of action." And they would invite me to something like the Christmas party, and Jim Henson was there, and he would come over and say, "Nice to see you, Daryl. Love the way you draw those Muppets." And that was pretty much the only conversation I ever had with him, which was exchanging pleasantries. He would say, "Love what you're doing, Daryl," and I would say, "Oh, Mr. Henson, I'm such a fan. You're so wonderful. Thank you for everything." And he'd say, "Woo, woo, 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 woo." So I don't have any other Jim Henson stories than that. That was the complete story of my relationship with Jim Henson. There was a fellow at the Muppets named Michael Frith in those days who used to work with Dr. Seuss, and he is just absolutely brilliant. He was their creative director through the 80s, and I was very impressed with him. And he was in charge of all of the projects that I would have been working on, since he was the creative director. And then there were art directors under him that I also worked with. And everybody at the Muppets were just charming and delightful. Wonderful 15 years. Made my career for me. I think I've got Bernie looking good here. So Pigeon writes that he draws little comics about monsters. Well, I say he. I don't know. Your name is in pink. And kids have their own individual monster who follows them everywhere. Oh, very good. Kind of a Monsters Inc. thing. Bernie. I'm kind of pleased with my Bernie. I think he's looking okay. can see that I'm not actually tracing, I'm actually redrawing everything. Quite a few of you here are online. I mean, quite a few people online here. I think 30 some. What have I got on? What? 4 people on YouTube. That's a good batch. You guys should be talking more. And thank you for your helpful advice, Theo. I would be lost without psi matrix here. Hello, Wonderboy 420. Well, I've got too much work in his hair so that it's not looking gray enough. So I've got to take something out. Gray it up. Okay. So, psi matrix, old buddy, I don't understand that about lurking. Hello, TizBeast111. Nice to see you here again. I do remember you, but you have to remind me who you are. Remembering people from their screen names is not yet a strength of mine. Thank you, TizBeast. Hey, Funky Monkey! Nice to see you back, Funky Monkey. So today's cartoon is a Valentine's Day cartoon. And it is about Bernie being more popular with young female voters than Hillary, much more so. And Hillary and her angry old feminist supporters like Gloria Steinem and Madeleine Albright find this behavior among the young ladies to be very disappointing and annoying. Funky Monkey writes, "How are you? I'm doing great, Funky. I'm starting to get the hang of the streaming, and I do appreciate Twitch. I like the whole idea of this. I'm hoping to make it work. It's a journey. TizBeast, the kid from England. Very good. Yes, I do remember you, TizBeast. All right, more drawing all this crowd of girls. This is actually quite an ambitious cartoon for all these characters and caricatures that I've got in it. I usually like to draw cartoons that just have a one or two little characters in them. And there's kind of a general rule in cartooning that if the cartoon is complex and you put a lot of stuff in it, like I was complaining earlier about crowd scenes, then the cartoon is lousy. Simpler cartoons are better. And that's something I was never able to successfully explain to art directors during my years as an illustrator, because they don't approach the cartoon as what's better. They approach it as, does it meet this list of needs that I have from the committee? No, you can't talk to the committee. The committee already decided what they want. It's tough to be an illustrator. One thing that is so lovely about what I do is I've developed this this little syndicate business that allows me to draw what I want when I want. Although drawing it when I want is starting to be a question now if I need to schedule for Twitch. Deweefa writes, if Hillary was singing a song as she stands there, what would she be singing? I don't know what to tell you. This is a Valentine, and I'm not a music guy. Chisbeast writes, am I spamming? Why do you ask that? You seem to be a polite young man. Deweefa writes a 70s song all by myself? Oh, that's sad. So just so you know, this stuff does take a while, and I'm gonna be here probably another 2.5 hours working on this pup. Chisbeast writes, thank you, you're a very nice person with awesome talent. Oh, thank you. Funky Monkey writes, I have to go to bed. Just want to drop in and say hi. I might pop in later on my iPad. Thank you, Funky Monkey. I appreciate your coming by. I don't think I like that girl's face. I think she needs different bottom half of the mouth. See you later, Funky Monkey. Oh, Moonja619, thank you so much for following. I do appreciate it. Tis Beast writes, when are you next streaming? I haven't got the next stream planned because I'm going away for the weekend. But I'm going to try to keep a better and more regular schedule going forward. And you should be able to see my schedule on kagel.com when it is finalized on the front page. But for now, the plan is going forward after this weekend when I'm away that I should be drawing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at noon at the least. Tisbeast writes, why does chat have a delay for you? And sorry for spelling. I'm 9. You're 9 years old, Tisbeast? That's funny. Chat doesn't have a delay for me, but you have a delay in hearing my voice response. So I see the chat right away, but you don't hear me respond to the chat for a couple of minutes because of just the process that it takes for the stream to wind its way through the internet from me to you through Twitch. I'm not sure I like her. I'm going to leave her there for a little bit while I work on something else. Okay. Oh, our audience is dwindling. I'll try to pick up the pace here. Too many people in Europe going to sleep, I suspect. Now it has no delays, says Tisbeast. I'm not sure what to suggest for you, Tisbeast. I do see as I'm looking here that doesn't look like too bad a delay. Probably more like 20 or 30 seconds. 10:51 in England. Excellent time to be watching drawings. Oh, Z Human, thank you so much for following, Z Human. And Moonjet619, thank you again. I don't think I should worry too much about taking too much time for this, because I look at some of these other people on Twitch Creative, and it's like they just turn on the camera and it's all day, every day, which is fine. And I treat it more as finish a discrete drawing in each session. I like to have a beginning, middle, and end. You got school tomorrow, tis beast. Oh, look how her hand is on completely backwards. It's because I wasn't thinking as I drew this. I did this hand as holding the camera. So this hand has to go this direction. Tisby, oh yes, tell everybody, get everybody watching my stream. I need more people watching the stream, so thank you. Sorry for spam? Yes, no spam. Everything's good. By and large, people here are quite polite. Alright, her phone. Gonna go there, cover up that awkward thumb. We've got 33 people watching. That's nice. You need to be more vocal, folks. Give me some chat. See you later, PSI Matrix. Tisbeast writes, do you have Twitter? Yes. Nightbox just posted my Twitter at dkagel. Oh, and Psy Matrix, please change the widest syndicated editorial cartoonist to the most widely syndicated editorial cartoonist. I am wide, but I'm not sure I should proclaim my width. So, most widely syndicated. Yeah, this gal's nose is wrong. That's better. I'm not as good with Twitter as I should be. Although I did post a recent cartoon. Oh, back over on YouTube, which I need to watch as well. Mark Robinson writes, I tried using very dark pencil instead of pen and ink, but I wasn't satisfied with the end result. It looks great when you do it, though. Well, you have to draw hard. And I naturally draw hard, so it's not an issue, but lots of people don't have that natural proclivity. They like to draw soft, the soft gray lines from the pencil, which do not work. Kidscoop News writes, Bernie looks perfect, not sure if I like his wild hair or the way you drew his mouth best. Oh, well, perfection. Excuse me. When these girls get done, I need to move Cupid to be a little different position. Jazzy606 writes, what's one thing you would say someone who is just starting to get into drawing should try to get down to improve? Well, there are some things that people look for. Most important thing, I think, is value your work highly and present it in a professional way. And then look for those tells that you know people use to quickly judge you. And try to avoid doing some of those amateur tells. So don't use a computer font with your cartoons, and don't avoid drawing hands and feet. One surefire way to spot a aspiring cartoonist is he doing the pocket hand tricks and hiding hands in pockets or behind backs, avoiding drawing hands, drawing feet poorly, or avoiding drawing feet. Focus on those things that in art school you gotta get right. And then love drawing and prove it by spending time with your drawing. Another thing that amateurs do a lot is they don't spend much time on their drawings. They zip through real fast. And you should love what you're doing enough to want to spend time with it. So those are leading tells. Tisby's writes, what's the hard part about drawing? Many things are harder to draw than others. I don't know that there's a particular hard part. Different people like different things. You'll notice that some things are harder for me and they just take longer. No particular hard part. Interesting though, the chat that I get here is how to chat about how to draw rather than people complaining about the politics. So quite a different audience here on Twitch. Very much the how-to aspiring artist audience. Tisby's writes, I like in the background there's a kid angle that's sticking out his tongue. Oh, that's Cupid. He's given the raspberry to Hillary. That's the gag here. A kid. This is Valentine's Day here. Cartoon Man writes, when I was a little kid, they showed an artist drawing Mickey Mouse on Wonderful World of Disney. The artist drew him really, really fast. For years, I couldn't understand why I couldn't draw that fast, no matter how much I tried. Saw the footage again a few years ago and realized it was sped up footage. Actually, I think the videos of my doing this stuff are better when you watch them at 1.5 speed. We can afford to be sped up. I listen to my podcasts at 1.5 speed. The Talking Heads pundits are better when they're sped up as well. So many details, so many girls. This beast writes, where are the other 35 views? Let's see what I got. I've got 27 people on Twitch and 3 people on YouTube, so I've got 30. One of them is probably me watching myself. Ibarra, you're lurking. Kibara, be sure to follow me. I need the follows. Even if you're just lurking. Alright, there's her hand holding her cell phone. Oh, thank you, Kibara. Clueless male is multitasking. Well, you know, this is kind of a good thing to have on while you're multitasking. I would like to have a lot of my favorite cartoonists do this, and I would leave a window open on their drawing board all day long. It'd be lovely to have a view of the drawing boards of your favorite cartoonists, wouldn't it? Okay. I think I need to do a little work on Bernie's Corinthian column. Ibarra writes, debating starting streaming myself, but people are in a meeting in the same room, so it might not be a good idea. Her neck is not looking good. Give her a little bit more thoughtful jawline. That's better. So although I'm making all this up, I do think of things like, composition and light source and all of that stuff as I go along. I'm thinking of my reference points to anatomy as I'm drawing these characters, making sure their proportions are right. Clueless Male writes, I work from home, so I almost always Twitch open to someone unless I'm presenting a WebEx. Okay. I've got to do this Corinthian column, don't I? Okay, Corinthian column. Oh, and thank you for following Tisbeast, and also Soft Top. Thank you both. I appreciate that. So, just in case you're wondering, this is the scene that I'm looking at on my monitor to do Bernie's Corinthian column. Yes, those guys on YouTube. What the heck are they doing over there? Okay, Bunny. Yes, I use reference. So, sorry to sit quiet. You know, it's not natural to chat all the time while I draw. I'm used to sitting quietly. Cartoon Man writes, when political cartoonists get together, do they tend to talk about the process of cartooning or more about current events and politics? Well, it depends on the get-together. But I would say they talk more about process. They talk more about business issues. At least with me, they do. Okay, Corinthian columns. Well, I need a little more crosshatch in that. I can procrastinate a little bit more on my Corinthian columns. So, Mr. Sanders has real people liking him, but Clinton has super delegates loving her. Well, it's true. It's going to be hard to get past those super delegates. They could just rewrite the rules to the convention if Bernie wins. If Hillary is self-destructing. Could happen. They could yank it away from him. That would make people plenty mad. All right, Corinthian column. Tisbeast writes, do you watch football or you call soccer? I do not. I have no interest in soccer. Sorry about that. I know that's a harsh thing to say to a kid in England. There. Well, nice to not offend you there. Tisbeast. Corinthian column. That's too far to the left. Yeah, time for you to go to bed, Tisbeast. This late night show is just too late. Good night. Come back next time. Thank you for following. Thank you for the kind words, Tisbeast. You can see how hard I draw on this hard pencil. Bites and chips. Yenny, JB, thank you for following. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. It's a silly Corinthian column. I'm not sure it looks like anything. Looks like the photo scrap. Doefa writes, do you use anything besides a post-it note to capture cartoon ideas that come to mind? I use a voice recorder, great to use while driving or doing other things where I can't write it down. I draw on a napkin when I go out to eat sometimes. But no, I have not established a good regimen for cartoon ideas. No notebook. As many cartoonists do notebooks, I know. But I have never developed that regimen. Drawing tennis shoes here. I've thought about doing a short video on how to draw feet. I did one on how to draw hands. People worry more about their hands. Cartoon Man, is there going to be a caption on this one? No caption and no labels. You see all you need to see. I try to avoid captions and labels wherever I can. There's a kind of poetry to editorial cartooning if you can avoid the words. A cartoon with no words is worth more than a wordy cartoon. So I strive to do the cartoons that have no words. Oh, good. You like not having a caption, huh? Captions are for sissies. as you can imagine, I'm still going to be here quite a bit longer. This one is a complex one. It'll take a while. So my last follower is Yenny B. And I need another one. So if you haven't followed, please follow. The Weaver writes, is the term sissy outdated as it sounds rather girly man and could offend some groups? Maybe so. I haven't put any thought into that. Should I discontinue the use of that offensive term, particularly as I'm drawing young women? One thing's kind of interesting about cartooning is that you typically draw a lot more men than you draw women. And cartoonists are criticized for that. But you know, if you draw a man, nobody asks, why'd you make him a man? If you draw a woman, people do ask, why did you make her a woman? What are you saying about women by drawing her? And so unless you want to make a statement about a woman, typically you're safer not drawing a woman, which ends up meaning that there are fewer cartoons with women in them. Not the effect I think cartoonists want when they make that choice. DeWeefer writes, I'm not the word police. When you said it, it just struck me funny and I wanted to see what you would say. Okay. Now, this young lady is also holding her cell phone. he's on his pedestal. His Corinthian pedestal. Deweefa writes, glad to see you put in the cell phones for selfies. When you took the suggestion, it made my day. Ah, well, that was an excellent suggestion. And so I owe all of these cell phones to you, Deweefa. You know, there is more pressure in drawing live and having people watch everything and having all my mistakes on display. I do make lots of mistakes. So here, I've been drawing for an hour and a half since I started this part 2 of the stream after drawing 2 hours to do the rough sketch. Oh, let's use that again. So this one is quite the ambitious cartoon. But I don't think it's unreasonable that a cartoon should take all day. Of course a cartoon should take all day. This cartoon is in that it has more work and thought in it, and I'm spinning it around more than I do on a usual cartoon. I'm getting more dirty fingerprints on it than usual too. Deweefa writes, what types of topics did you foresee people chatting with you about before you started the live drawings? I thought the chat would be more like my email box, which is not at all a how-to kind of thing, but more discussion of politics. You liberal bastard. You Obama lover. I think I'm going to have to move up and do Cupid now. Just moving that far to the left. Next thing on the list. Okay. This one needs a little afternoon. Cartoon Man writes, who do you think will ultimately be the DNC and RNC candidates? I don't know. That's what makes this process interesting, huh? That we don't know. I think there's a good chance that we could end up with something strange going on. Brokered conventions. So I just don't know what to tell you. So Michael Bloomberg says he's going to run if Bernie is nominated, huh? That would be interesting. I kind of like Michael Bloomberg. All right, Cupid. Oh, tearing everything up. Where should Cupid go? Cupid goes... Is that much up? Is that all Cupid needs? A little bit up more. I'm going to have to break out the kneaded eraser because this is getting kind of dirty. I usually don't work this dirty. But lots of overworking today with too many characters and a caricature. I'm just getting dirty. I'm going to clean it up. Weefa writes, do I own originals from other cartoonists? Oh yes, cartoonists trade and I buy art from other cartoonists. So, yeah, that's something you do when you're a cartoonist. Fill the house with other people's cartoons. Boy, my hand is dirty. Adding a little more ill-defined feet and things in the background, because we know there's more stuff going on back there. I just have not yet dealt with it. There. All right, Cupid. His tongue needs to be funnier than it is. So let's get to that. Well, okay, Cupid. Let's see if I like that. I'm not quite sure I do. Hair's looking kind of silly. I don't think that's going to last. Maybe a snarky smile on Cupid. Remember, he's doing this. So, do you smile while you do that? Not sure. A little more Cupidy. Going with your smile suggestion here, Dawifa. I think that is better. Hello, Cymatrix. Nice to see you back. I miss you when you're gone. So he's saying to Hillary. Okay. Look how I've run down the pencils. A lot fewer pencils here than when I started. Note that I've been sharpening in advance. This little Cupid hand. The Phoebe writes, now this is pro. Oh, and you followed. Thank you, the Phoebe. That was very nice of you. I do appreciate the follows. Cupid's looking kind of funny. I'm not dissatisfied with Cupid. Bottom lip's a little wrong. Fix that. Oh, I use up my erasers. I get all these pencils with no erasers, one after the other. I should throw away the yellow pencil when I've used up the pink eraser, but I don't, because I think, well, the rest of this pencil is perfectly good. Then it's just trouble because it has no eraser. Oh, the Phoebe! I'm getting filled in on how you're an excellent pro artist. And so I do appreciate your stopping in. I'm new to Twitch and just getting used to the regimen of all of this, which is a very different culture. And a little bit scary, I think, to put live work out there. So I admire what you do. You're a pioneer. There's this little pooty foot. Are you guys bothered by this blue overlay? I'm getting a couple comments about that. I put it there so that it reduces the green screen issues on my head, and I figured you're not looking at anything here because nothing ever happens here. This is where my hand goes. But I could eliminate it if you want. Like that. I'm not sure that's better. I think I like it better with the blue slop there. Gives a little sense of anchoring the thing on the left. The Phoebe writes, pretty sure I could watch you do this all day and not have to draw myself. I'm getting the same satisfaction. Ah! Thank you, the Phoebe. Yes, I very much like the idea of Twitch Creative and the idea of looking in on people's drawing tables. It would be great if lots of top cartoonists would do this, and I'm just the only editorial cartoonist I think that is even trying this. But it's new, you know, and it requires some shaking up of old notions. Gotta be willing to put yourself out there and make some mistakes and let everybody see. Well, thank you, Dawifa. Dawifa is fine with the blue on the left. Doesn't really cover anything up. You can still see the stuff through there. I could lighten it up if it's bothering you. I'm getting some comments on the blue. There, the blue is lighter. Is that better? You see through it better? looks lighter. I'm still changing things a little bit each time as I get more used to this stuff and figure things out. The Phoebe writes, I think the overlay is great. The meat of the project is in the clear area and we can still see what's happening behind. You could also graduate it to more transparent as it grows up. I think since I've got the comments and the stats and things in my head over there on the left, that it needs... oh, it looks like my camera for my head has frozen. That's bad. To think about how to deal with that. Give this a try. Oh, I think that worked. I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and then I lost all of my camera settings, didn't I? It makes me look too washed out. Yeah, it is. OBS is not Mac friendly, and let me fix my camera settings. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to get a little better at these things. Show panel. Brightness down. Oop, nope, well, it's the wrong camera. Brightness down. Oh, there I am. I've come back. Okay, I think we're good. There, just my settings. Thank you, the Phoebe. It sounds like the Phoebe that you have gotten comfortable with all these things that happen, whereas I'm still encountering them for the first time. So I apologize for my awkwardness. Excelsior. Psi Matrix sounds like you're a Marvel guy. I was more of a DC kid. Alright, he needs wings, and I didn't leave much room for his wings because his razzing is where his wings should go. See if that works. Is he still razzing well enough through the wing? I see no good reason for a camera to freeze. What the hell? Why would the camera freeze? We're working fine for hours. Cartoon Man writes, do you ever sneak in caricatures of people you know in crowd scenes? I have done that. Phoebe writes, I keep hearing good, bad stuff about DH. I don't know DH. DH. Okay, the back of his, the little feathery back of his arrow didn't work the way I drew it. And must be rethought. The arm could have a little bit of shade. This has to come back. That looks a little better. DH, Dark Horse. Oh. You know, I'm an old bastard. I was out of comics before Dark Horse even started. I tell my son I had every X-Men comic. And I did. And then I had a fire and the house burned down and all my comics burned down. I should tell him I had more exotic things than I actually had. Because there's no disproving it. Dawifa writes, who is my favorite superhero? Oh, I like the Silver Surfer. I like the John Buscema Silver Surfer. You know, I appreciate Jack Kirby. And I know he's the big star, but I was just a big John Buscema fan. I loved the way he drew. Not a lot of room for Hillary here. She could be up a little. Well, we'll put a foot in her head. That's kind of funny. I don't think I want to do that. It's kind of funny. She could come down and be a little bit in the foreground. What do I want to do with her? I'm running out of room at the edge of my drawing. I think we should go there. Put her there. So yes, I like the John Buscema Silver Surfer. I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves in the Marvel Universe. Big Buscema fan. The Phoebe writes, you likely get asked this a lot. Is that Duralar you're drawing as? Yes, Duraline. Forget the names of the others that are similar, but it's not tracing paper. It seems to. No, it's a vellum, and it's a plastic vellum. So I can't get too nasty on it. It stands up to anything. And yes, Duraline from Seth Cole. And I love Duraline because it has this wonderful grippy texture for the pencil line that allows me to do this hard pencil line that looks like ink and really isn't ink, so that I have the freedom and the comfort of not having to commit to ink. And then I will just scan this at high contrast. It'll look like ink and everybody will say, but Daryl, I thought you drew in ink. And I do not. I think the Phoebe sounds like you've got, you sound like you're quite the pro. You've got all this stuff figured out. I've never had anybody look at my feed on here and say, is that Duraline you're using? It absolutely is. And that's kind of impressive. Alright, Hillary. Just in case you're wondering, this is what I'm looking at on the screen in front of me. I'm looking at Hillary. Oh, it looks like the camera's moving around. Put that back. The Phoebe writes, I'll have to find that. Not familiar with it. Love drawing on Duralar. If it's anything like that, I'm excited to try it. I think, is Duralar the white vellum instead of the clear vellum? But I think it's the same outfit. It might be the same stuff. I like the clear because I want to look at my drawing behind it, and the white stuff is pretty opaque, although it's also lovely stuff to draw on. But I find that when you put a piece of white paper behind the clear duraline, that it looks just lovely as original art. I'll come in and clean up these little fingerprints with a kneaded eraser, and this would be a great piece of original art. All right, Hillary. Oh, and thank you for following the feed. I appreciate that. Yenny JB writes, they have vellum in many different colors as well as just different opacity versions of white. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Well, I do just love the surface quality, and I love that it's so sturdy. You saw how I was breaking through the paper when I was doing the rough sketch. Never happens with Duraline. This stuff is serious. It's indestructible. Cartoon Man writes, are your originals ever made available for sale? Yeah, I'll sell the originals. I sell them every so often. So Yenny JB, are you drawing on Duraline too? There, she's got some consternation going on. I'm happy with that. That's good. Good. Oh, not looking enough at YouTube. Kid Scoop News writes, Bernie looks perfect. Not sure if I like his wild hair or the way you drew his mouth best. Well, what you gotta do? NEGB writes, I used to, using the vellum back when I had time to draw in college, I'd mostly use it while doing gesture drawings or multi-layer perspective pieces. Well, they claim that it's archive quality and it's supposed to last forever. And to my experience, it does seem to last. I like the idea of stuff being archive quality, last forever, indestructible. Alright, I'm not sure if I like this Hillary. I'm going to leave her there for a few minutes and see how she percolates on me. Ubi Games writes, how long have you been drawing? Oh, I started drawing when I was a little kid. As most cartoonists do. think I don't like her nose. Psi Matrix writes, does the Daryl take shading well or just hard line pencil? Yes, if I drew in a lighter pencil and I wanted to do shading on it, it would deal with that fine. But I think if I wanted to do that, I would choose a different kind of paper. Probably draw on a Bristol or something. So I think this is well suited to the particular thing that I'm doing with it. And perhaps different materials for different things. I wouldn't paint on Daryl, and I think of it only for line art. But it makes a nice original for line art. Judas Mata, thank you for the nice, kind words, Judas Mata. You must follow me. Oh, and thank you, Ubi Games. Got another nice follow from Ubi Games. I appreciate that. Oh, we've got 92 people watching. They must have put me back in the top spot. Psi Matrix, can you take a look? Am I back in the top spot? Is that why we have 96 people watching? I'm not happy with her nose yet, so let's think about her nose again. Oh, I'm on the Jumbotron. Good, good, good. Dawifa writes, if a cartoonist wanted to be syndicated by you, how would they start the process? Well, you can always submit samples. I can tell you that the problem with syndication is it doesn't pay much. And everybody wants to do it because that's how you get to have your cartoons be a part of the public debate. So even if you've got a little client somewhere, or even a big client somewhere, it's your cartoons in syndication that people are going to see around the country and around the world. And people do this because they want to have a voice in the public debate. That's what makes it fun. That's why you choose to do an underpaid profession where everybody just gets mad at you. And the people who like what you do tend to stay silent. So, understandably, there are a lot of people who want to do this who there's just not enough space in the profession. And the clients we have are not asking for more content because there are already plenty of cartoonists vying for that one spot on the page every day. So it's tough. And the biggest problem we have when we take on someone who's new, who's unfamiliar with syndication, and who is not familiar with our lousy business, is that they may quit, and that's embarrassing for us. So that's why syndicates like to have cartoonists who are working for newspapers, because they don't have to worry about them saying, hey, this syndication business is lousy, I'm going to quit, and you look like a fool for promoting me. I'll add to that the fact that the newspapers are not asking for more content. Makes it tough. That said, if it's what you want to do, you got to do it. And I can't imagine doing anything else because I love being part of the public debate. I think I've got the best job in the world. But you can see that I kind of jumped through some hoops to try to make this business work for me. I've been laid off from newspapers that went out of business, and you just, in my case, my port in the storm is doing the syndicate instead of having a newspaper. Sign Matrix, can you make me... Oh, you made me the most widely syndicated editorial cartoonist. Excellent. Thank you for that change. I'm not sure I'm happy with my Hillary. I don't think I like her nose. And I don't think I like this eye. Oh, and thank you for the new follow, A Doodling Octopus. Thank you. I do appreciate the follows. I need follows. I am, to my knowledge, I'm the only streaming editorial cartoonist. And I'm eager to do a bit of proof of concept here. See if we can make this work. And if we can, I think we'll see some more editorial cartoonists try the streaming. It's nice when they put me on the Jumbotron. I appreciate that. Thank you, Twitch. Alright, I'm going to rethink her eyeballs. I'm going to rethink her nose and her eyeballs. So I'm not satisfied with either nose or eyeballs. You can probably hear I drop a lot of pencils on the floor. The floor is full of pencils. All right, Hillary's eyeballs and nose. So just to recap, folks, this is Valentine's Day cartoon, and it's drawn because young women voters are in large numbers going to Bernie rather than Hillary, and Hillary's raison d'etre, her argument, is that she's wants to be the first woman president and how important that is, and she stands up for women's rights and all that, which I'm sure she does. But her young women are going to Bernie, and as I draw it, it's because Cupid's pointing them there. But that's just because it's pointing out the problem in a cartoon that works for Valentine's Day. Okay, Hillary's nose. I don't think I like that. I have to think a bit more about her nose. When I struggle with something, the answer is usually to make it cartoonier. So let's do that. Is that looking like her? A little bit. I think she's not looking very good, and I'm going to need to improve her. Let's erase the whole friggin' Hillary face and start her over. That's one thing that's nice about Daryl. I think I like her mouth. Daryl is very forgiving of the erasing. The worst problem I'll have is that I'll pick up pencil from underneath. You can see there's some pencil on the other side of this. Okay. Hillary has this history of very dark, heavy eyebrows. Almost a unibrow. Which she doesn't anymore. She has groomed her eyebrows. Anonymous writes, excuse me, sir, this be live or restream? This be live, sir. But I am a little bit delayed, so keep that in mind if I'm slow to respond to your comments here. Yep, this be live. You can see all of my struggles and errors in real time. I'm going to make her eyes bigger. It's kind of funny. He's looking unhappy. Nobody's going to wonder if that's Hillary, huh? I think I've got Hillary. So I keep dropping pencils on the floor. It's kind of funny. Oh, thank you, Geek Techio. I appreciate the follow. Also, Zakagna, thank you so much. All you folks that are watching me because of the Jumbotron, come on and follow me. You'll never find me again unless you follow me now. I'm not sure I want her to have that big earring. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the big earring. That's just a little too silly. Live or restream? I hadn't really thought about that. Anyway, I do really appreciate all of these follows. You folks are very nice to follow. The number of followers is kind of the measure of proof of concept of whether this can work for editorial cartoonists. And I'm eager to prove the concept. It's going to be hard to get other cartoonists to do this, I think. I'd give it a try. But, you know, it takes a little bit of bravery to show all your errors. I certainly have lots of errors that I worry about showing. Zakagna writes, do you think that Trump will win the elections? Oh, you're Italian. I think it's looking pretty good for him right now. Possible that he'll win. Also possible that Hillary can implode and her email controversy could get worse. So things could work out for Trump and for Bernie. A little bad luck for Hillary. Hillary, as a cartoon character, is a nice cartoon character because people know all about her. You don't have to explain her. All of the stories are things that people know, which makes for a great cartoon character, because what you want to do with a cartoon character is character humor, where the character acting like you expect the character to act is rewarding. It's like the gag. It's like Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. It took years for you to learn that Lucy's always going to pull away the football. And so then once you learn that, seeing her pull away the football is rewarding. Well, so it is with all kinds of character humor. And you know Hillary's character already. So all those years learning that Lucy's going to throw the football, going to pull away the football, all of that is in the bank with Hillary. We know all that stuff. So that's good. Judas Mata 1 writes, in the Draw the Angel, try what Hillary fall in love with the grandpa? I'm not quite sure how to respond to that one. Fall in love with the grandpa. Aren't they the same age? All of this cartoon is a commentary on young women voters who are far and away favoring Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton at the same time that Hillary Clinton claims to be the voice of women. We had some interesting quotes recently from Gloria Steinem and Madeleine Albright. Madeleine Albright saying there's a special place in hell for women who don't vote for Hillary. Gloria Steinem saying these young girls only like Bernie because they want to get dates. And there's more dates at the the Bernie rallies, completely dismissive of real misogynistic kind of statements. But that's the point, and the point is to draw a Valentine's Day cartoon because the editors are nuts for holidays. The Phoebe writes, face palms. Now I can't talk. Face palms. Face palms, is that like this? Face palm? Don't know face palm. Well, I'm getting close to finishing here. What happens when I finish here is that I'm going to take a 15-minute break and scan this, get it into Photoshop, and then color it. The 15-minute break is just because the process of sticking this in the scanner and assembling it in Photoshop, palm to face, is something that does not lend itself to my camera setup. And I need to break it up every couple of hours. If I'd been doing this for a couple of hours, look at this. 2 hours and 35 minutes on the final drawing, 2 hours on the rough sketch for this, and you saw it here. Oh, I didn't do the... This is kind of important to the gag. The sound from Cupid. Kind of necessary, huh? Otherwise, you don't know he's doing the raspberry. Thank you for the kind words, the Phoebe. This is how you spell, right? Oh, and Geek Techio, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Do I like his wing? This is all the last stuff I'm going to do before I scan this. No more drawing once I scan it. So, am I happy with this? Alright, I think I'm kind of there. That's where we are with it. This is going to be the final line art. And I'm going to scan it. And I'm going to come back in 15 minutes. Oh, in Italian it's P-R-R-R. Or poof. P, you need, I think I need a P at the beginning rather than a B. I don't know. Matrix writes that Bill Watterson used THBPB PTHPT. Okay, I don't have a good answer for that problem. It looks like there are multiple solutions available. Okay, this is. I think I'm going to scan this and come back in 15 minutes. So, I ask your indulgence to come back and wait for me, because I'm going to spend at least an hour and a half coloring this puppy. So, I'll bid you all goodbye. I'm going to scan it. I'm going to come back in 15 minutes and sit here for another hour and a half or 2 hours coloring this bad boy. And I think that's something you need to see. You can't have invested this much time in it and then just leave before you see the color. My goodness. So, thank you, folks. And I'm off and coming right back because I'm not really gone. So, Okay, folks, I'm starting up here again, and I'm going to color this thing. So let me restart, and we will resume. So don't leave, just hang out for just a second as I restart this thing, and we'll be back on, and it should probably take another hour and a half to 2 hours to finish this monster. And my apologies for that. So this is where we are with this. This is my scan. And on top of my my Google Chrome, which I should put away. That away as well. It's a little bit neater. There we go. So Bunny, this is my I scanned this in 3 pieces because it's kind of big, and now it's looking as dirty as it genuinely is. And I will start cleaning it up, doing my regular housekeeping. So bump up the contrast. That looks a little better. I'm going to lose some light lines. I'm going to darken it just a skosh. Pick up my fingerprints a little bit, but not too much. Just give it a little more shot of contrast. I'm losing a little bit more light lines. Let's bring it back a little bit. And now let's give it another shot of contrast. Come on, Photoshop. Another shot of contrast. Very good. Thank you, Photoshop. Sometimes Photoshop likes to get a little bit crouchy. Oh, I forgot to sign it, didn't I? Better not forget that going forward. I also forgot to draw the body on this gal over here as part of the background, so I need to remember that. A note to self. I have a note to self here. Body. Sig. Don't forget body and sig. Note to self. Alright, we need a little more height. That looks like a good grab. Go with that. Copy, new, return, paste. Now let's make this image size 1000 dpi, width 8 inches. Constrain the height 2.25. That's my editorial cartoon whole size. Okay. We'll let that resize. Douglas M. Granger writes, hello again. Just wanted to know if you watch the debates, how do you come up with your material usually? Well, today's cartoon is kind of obvious in that this weekend we have Valentine's Day, and you know the editors like cartoons about the holidays. And big feature news today is about how Hillary is losing the young women voters to Bernie Sanders, when she would expect that those young women voters would be her voters. So that's the reasoning behind this cartoon. It's an in the wake of Bernie's victory in New Hampshire cartoon. So I think we're looking okay. I've got a few little spaces where it looks like I was a little cruddy. Let's see if I can fix that. It's a little better. Do I have any other cruddy spots that need a clean? How about Bernie's hand over here? some brightness and some contrast, and that looks a little better. Alright, now I'm going to go through all of this and just very methodically futz around and take off the hickeys. Image bitmap. Okay. Yes. Save. Okay. And thank you to all you 36 fine people who are sitting here patiently watching. Hello, Funky Monkey. You've come back. I thought you went to sleep. So I'm coming through and cleaning up the hickeys, which I find, although you think this pencil drawing is pretty dirty, I find that it's just as much trouble for me to clean up a clean ink drawing as it is dirty pencil drawing. Probably because people use what was I saying? Thinking about feathers here and talking wasn't mixing. People do rough sketches under their nice heavy ink lines, and that makes all the muck you have to clean out anyway. So I don't find that this is any worse than the ink, and also a lot of what I do is fix my little drawing errors that I'm not entirely happy with. So nice to see you back, Funky Monkey. So I'm just going through and cleaning up all the little things that I could have drawn a little bit better. All the little bits of muck and fingerprints and crud and stuff that should be a little better thought out. And this should take about, usually on a drawing I'll spend 15 minutes cleaning up the crud. There are lots of artists who don't clean up their crud. Monkey Monkey writes, your YouTube with the latest video title mentions the Flint cartoon, but the thumbnail of this cartoon, just letting you know. You know, I find that, oh yes, YouTube. I haven't gone into YouTube to change the titles yet. And sometimes the last title gets stuck on the new cartoon, and this one has not been, I've not gone into YouTube and dealt with fixing stuff yet. So that sounds right. But I don't think people are looking at YouTube yet. The only people looking at me now are on Twitch. YouTube is just for storage. Because Twitch, for some reason, wants to delete my videos after they've been up for 2-3 weeks. And I want to have a good archive. That's a change that Twitch could make. That would be a very helpful change. Don't delete people's nice archives. Then I would have no reason to put the cartoons up on YouTube. I don't think she needs the second chin line. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I think I've got Hillary. Notice as much as I'm cleaning up hickeys here, I'm cleaning up sloppy parts on my drawing. I'd like a function in Photoshop that will take a single pixel and delete all the single pixels in a drawing. That would be a convenient function. If somebody knows how to do that, let me know. I would use that. Single unconnected pixels. Because you see how many of these hickeys I'm grabbing are single unconnected pixels. It would be nice to get them automatically. Anyway, about on schedule for this cleanup. 15 minutes to clean up the thing. Sounds like my typical cleanup. "29 people watching on Twitch. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your watching. And please do follow. I do need the follows. Last follow was an hour ago. My goodness, that's a long time without a follow. Take a closer look at Cupid here. Do I like this upper lip business? Take a look at him without that line. No, I think that's better. I erased his hair a couple of times. Remember, I was unhappy with the hair? That's why it's looking a little dirty here, because I didn't erase it as cleanly as I probably should have. Another thing I notice among the amateur cartoonists, they are not good about cleaning up their drawings. They leave all kinds of crud everywhere. Where they tend to be notable in rushing things, not putting much work into stuff, showing things messy, and having a poor presentation. So, a couple of you were asking earlier about what you could do to make your work more professional. Those are all the keys. I didn't like those shade lines under her nose. Let's just give her the little piggy nose. And it's all good. Funky Monkey writes, "You missed a comment above this one. Might have been too long to go on screen." Comment above this one. Well, what was the comment, Funky Monkey? Oh, Douglas M. Granger. You wrote above, "Hello again, just wanted to know if you watch the debates. How do you come up with your material usually?" Well, keep in mind that although I have a big blank piece of paper each day that I start on, I'm not really able to draw anything I want, because editors have a particular thing in mind that they want at every time, and that's what the talking heads are talking about on CNN and Fox News and MSNBC.com. Today they're still talking about the results of the New Hampshire primary, what's happening among the fallout of the results of the election so far, and about the New Hampshire results. Ask your question again, Douglas. Anyway, how do I pick my topics? I have to go with what the punditry topic of the day is, or the cartoon will not get reprinted. And today, Bernie stealing Hillary's natural electorate is on the minds of the pundits. And I've got the added benefit of doing a Valentine's Day metaphor, which is what the editors are going to want this weekend, particularly on Sunday. So when I post this cartoon on the site, probably tomorrow morning, Thursday, they're going to be starting to put together their Sunday papers. And so this one has good timing for Valentine's Day Sunday when it comes out. And the Syndicate tomorrow could be reprinted on a Friday, coming out on a Thursday, but likely, since what they do on Fridays is put together their Saturday and Sunday editorial pages, this is a Saturday Sunday cartoon. Okay, Douglas, you're right. Were you surprised by the young women vote on the Democratic side? I was not. I actually thought Hillary would lose by 30% in New Hampshire. Which she did, right? 30%. I'm not sure I fully understand the Bernie phenomenon. I know that my young son and daughter are very much Bernie Sanders people, and I get that. Oh, look at this error I made here. If I can pick that back just a little bit. That's better. That was piecing it together the scan error. The scans didn't line up. Just in case you're wondering, because I have a cheap little $60 scanner that I use to scan all these things. Douglas writes, will you do a Kasich cartoon eventually? I'm from Ohio and find it amusing that he's considered a moderate. Hello, Lily Bean. I've drawn Kasich in some crowd scene cartoons. Boy, the king of Kasich is Nate Beeler, the cartoonist for the Columbus Dispatch. He is just absolutely brilliant. Oh, Dias Mata, the Phoebe sent you to me. Very good. Are you a pro cartoonist, Dias Mata? I appreciate you coming over here. Please do follow me. I need the follows. Right now I'm just cleaning up my dirty scan, and this is going to be colored in just a minute. As much as I'm cleaning up the hickeys from my dirty pencil lines, I am revising my drawing in little ways that I was just sloppy doing before. So just need to clean stuff up. This is the natural course of artist housekeeping. Just an art lover. Oh, good. Ferocious Splash. Nice to see you here. And Electric Violin and Dias Mata. You both just followed me. So thank you so much. That's really very nice. Her neck is looking a little bit fuzzy. Clean that up. I think I erased her face, which is why this is looking extra messy. Keep in mind, this is a big pencil drawing. What I'm doing is I just scanned it, pieced the scans together from my cheap scanner, and I'm picking and cleaning, doing my little bit of housekeeping, which, although this is a dirty pencil drawing, I don't think it's any more work than if it was a ink drawing. Oh, how nice! The Phoebe hosted our stream. That was very nice. Thank you for letting me know that, Psi Matrix. Let's make a point of hosting the Phoebe back when we have a chance. I appreciate PSI Matrix here, who shows up sometimes in the comments, is my tech guy for all the Kaggle.com and syndicate stuff we do, and I rely on him to teach me how to do all of these new things, like venturing into live streaming. The electric violin writes, pencil, this looks like ink. Ha 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 ha. You're new to the stream. Yes. Pencil scanned in high contrast. Looking like ink. That is what I do. Bunny. I could clean up with the eraser tool, but I'm quicker with the lasso. So cleaning up the muck. Muck which is largely of my own making and not stuff I can blame on paper and pencil. Gotta own your muck. I'm getting close to being done with the muck. Then we shall move on quickly. This puppy will get colored. Oh, my Corinthian column. I usually do simple Doric or Ionic columns, but today I was feeling ambitious and I did Bernie standing on a Corinthian column. Hey, Jammer 550 and Ferocious Splash, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. And the Shoe Thief. My goodness. So we've got 30 people following today. And newest Jammer. Oh, the newest is Jammer. Thank you, Jammer. Getting through this quick enough. This is actually dirtier and more complex than most of my drawings ever are. I decided I didn't like that little bit of under the nose shading. So that was very nice of the Phoebe to introduce me and host me. I need to express my appreciation. There actually is a texture to this vellum that you can see in some of the crud that I'm taking out. A little bit of what's kind of like a cloth texture. Like here you can see a little bit of the cloth texture. That's just a big thumbprint, I think. But darker smudge, so it's picking up the paper texture. Which it generally shouldn't when I'm drawing with a hard pencil and drawing hard to make it look like lines. The idea is to not have to deal with any paper texture. But this one was getting smudgy, and I didn't spend the time to clean it up with the kneaded eraser. Electric Violin writes, "Oh, you draw on the good stuff? I draw on Daryl by Seth Cole. Vellum. Supposed to last forever. Good quality stuff. DS Matter writes, using a Cintiq? Yes! I'm doing all this cleanup and soon the color on my Wacom Cintiq. In fact, it would be hard to do this stuff if I didn't have the Cintiq. I don't know that I would do it without the Cintiq. Or I'd approach it very differently. Cintiq lets you go fast and ignore a lot of problems. Oof. Pulled the camera out of its socket. I was going to give you a Cintiq view. Let's see if the other camera's working. Oh, the other camera is stuck on a previous view. I'll forget the Cintiq view. Anyway, you wanted to see what the drawing looked like when I was finishing it up. That's where it got stuck. Okay. Back to cleaning this pup up. Okay, I think I'm getting there. Yeah, I think I probably need another camera to show the room setup because people are always asking about that. Okay, here's the drawing. Now, one thing I forgot was this girl's body over here. And I just certainly forgot it, so I'm going to freehand it in. Is that enough to clean that her body's there? probably. Don't think I like that. I could go all black. Let's try that. No, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to give it a teeniest little bit of stuff going on here. And then I'll do the rest with color. Now let's come close to this chick. Excuse me. Excuse me, got the coughs. That's a little better. People all seem to think that I should draw much faster. I should be done with a cartoon in an hour instead of spending all day on it. And I spend all day on it. Okay. Now, I forgot to put my signature in here. I'm going to grab a signature from an older cartoon. Okay, here are the babies. This was when Trump didn't go to the debate. Since I forgot to sign the other one. let's save this. Save as 400. Grayscale, okay. Adding some layers. Bring this to the top. Let's select color range. Okay, delete. Fill that with white. Double check that it's white. Okay. Image should be CMYK. Don't merge. And let's double check the black. Oops. Yeah, don't want that. So let's select the color range for the black. Make the black actually 100K. We're gonna delete and fill. And then check that we got 100K black because sometimes Photoshop resists that, and we did. So let's go with that. And we'll make the image size 400. And save as. CMYK. Okay. This top layer needs to be multiply so that the black colors run behind it. All right. Now I'm ready to color. Question is, what color goes in the background? Well, it's a nice Valentine's Day. I could make it all pink. That would be kind of funny. Make it all pink. Alright. The hell? Let's go with 40 magenta 0K. And let's grab this, opacity down. Oops, it's hard, too hard, too much opacity, not enough opacity. Good background pink. Pink is kind of a bold background choice, but it's Valentine's Day, huh? And then let's give it some texture. With my rubber stamp. And let's give it a little bit of tiny bit of red right at the bottom. That's got some action to it, huh? And let's go with a little bit of brown dirt. It's kind of fun. Alright, I think I'm going to throw in some flesh tones now. Just blocking in the flesh tones. 3, 22, 22. We're just going to block in a bunch of flesh tones. Oops. Blocking in flesh tones. These will get altered soon. Base layer foundation flesh tone. Oh, thank you, Turnskio. Turnskio, you need to follow me. Oh, DS Mata, thank you for the Hillary compliment. She's an unhappy Hillary. Like her in the cartoon, but not in real life, huh? Okay, let's go with a little bit different flesh tone for this gal. And the black gal in the back. Oops, don't want that. Let's try this one. That's a little better. Just a little bit of variety of flesh tones going on. Oh, and I've got to do Bernie. And Cupid. And let's get Cupid. Make him a little bit pinker. I don't think I like that. A little lighter. This is just the base. I'll come back and add a little bit of dark and light, and pink and reflecting light, but not too much because this is just a dirty newspaper cartoon. DS Mata writes, with over 800 publications, do you have a team of artists drawing for you? I do. You go to kegelcartoons.com here. Go to kegelcartoons.com. Yeah, I just typed into chat, and you'll see the artists that are in our newspaper package. And actually, all of those guys can claim to be in 800 publications because it's a package. It is not just me. Another one to look at that explains how the syndication in the newspapers work is this link. Oh, I'm sorry. KegelWorld.com. That'll tell you about the syndicate. Oh, that's cool advice. PSI Matrix. Psi Matrix giving me some good advice. All right, let's type. Well, Theo, that didn't work. Oh, it did. Nightbot came back and listed the sites. Ah, very cool. That Nightbot is pretty slick. Okay, so I've locked in the flesh tones. I'm just gonna do other stuff that I know I need to do. So let's I'm not ready to think yet. So let's go 36. So 50. I'm just gonna do the hearts for now. Because it's brainless and it just gives me a little more information for making my next choices. Bernie's probably wearing a gray suit, so I'll draw the gray suit in. That'll be the next thing. And probably hair color. Then since the clothes can be any color, it'd be good to have more colors blocked in before I start deciding what color the clothes are going to be. I think I might have another hour on this. Takes a while. Some guys color really fast and they don't do much at all with their color. But what can I say? I'm not one of the fast guys. Although when I look at what I draw, it seems to me that I go fast enough. I've got to check out the Phoebe. He introduced himself to me here today. Sounds like quite the pro. Okay, let's try Bernie's gray suit. Ten, 30. How's that? I have no music on here because I wouldn't want to listen to somebody else's music. But I do find when I do a long one like this one, I kind of miss having the talking heads on the TV all the time. They would have been interesting to listen to today with those new candidates dropping out of the presidential race. And I haven't been getting my news as I sit here and stream. Do it. Is that what you're suggesting, Ferocious Splash? I should just turn on CNN? I think I should not do that. No copyrighted broadcasts. It'll be blocked in shortly. The key to coloring is just jump in and color what you know how to color. Then when you've got everything that had to be a particular color, had to be flesh tone, had to be gray suit, then the other colors kind of choose themselves. But if you do your colors you have good choices about first, sometimes they don't look like the best choices after you put in the colors that you had to do. Really, they'll mute your audio on videos if you save them with copyrighted music. That's not really unreasonable, I guess. Okay, let's go with some interesting colors here. How about some brown hair for this chick? That looks good on her. I like that one. Try this. All right. Ferocious Splash writes, well, Mr. Cagle, thank you for the stream. Enjoyed seeing the progress on your work. Until next time, Prost. Thank you, Prost, Ferocious Splash, for joining us today. I appreciate it. Hope you come back. Have you gotten lawsuits or threats from any famous people you drew in cartoons? I have. Bigger problem we have is lots of hacker attacks. I think the people that most don't like being drawn are the evil despots running evil regimes around the world. And the kinds of hacker attacks we get on Kaggle.com are kind of ones that you would expect from state actors. So, yes, ongoing problem with that. Okay, hop back a second and see how this is looking. Starting to shape up. A little bit of light yellow hair for Cupid here. Death threats. I get death threats sometimes. Not recently, but sometimes you'll do something that's not right. That's some group takes offense to, and they'll do like a flame war that can involve death threats. There's this group called CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, that had in mind that they didn't like this cartoon that one of the cartoonists in my group drew, and they had in mind that I would be the guy to fire him. So they put out on their website, everybody write to Daryl, try to get him to fire this cartoonist. And I got about 10,000 emails demanding that I fire this cartoonist. Probably 150 of those were death threats. That was the biggest one I've had. Oops. Not liking that. That's better. This is the girl behind that I had forgotten to draw in. E.S. Mata writes, hope they get turned over to the FBI. So what I do is I call the FBI and I report the sneaking hackers. They take the report. And that is all they do. They take the report. Not a lot of satisfaction here of my complaints to the FBI. Okay, she could have a colorful tunic. Let's do that. I'm bumping my microphone here. You probably hear that. No problem. I am here to chat on any topic. Thank you, DS Mata. I just have a bunch of general colors to lay in here. See, this girl could have some blue jeans as well. I just freehand everything. I don't do masks or anything. I've noticed how the comic book people are so fastidious about their coloring, and they do all these wonderful masks. But I just freehand everything. I don't draw the cartoons on the Wacom tablet, because I like the look and feel of the paper. Okay, let's give this one a pink sweater. And what else? Do I have a lot of Canadian publications? No, we're light in Canada. I would like to have more Canadian publications. We are not strong in Canada. We probably have 20 papers in Canada. Lots of great cartoonists in Canada. What happened to the selfie? Oh, this is here. She's over here doing the selfie on the right. Holding it down at her waist. Taking her picture up at her face and Bernie's face in the background. And then I just put cell phones in the other one's hands. Just about to selfie on all of them. There he goes. Bernie's a hoot. Oops. Okay, let's give him a blue tie. He's a Democrat, huh? Besides pencil and digital, do you do other mediums, writes DS Mata? Well, in the old days, I used to paint all the time. I would paint with gouache, and haven't been doing that for years. Oops. Okay, I think Bernie's pedestal needs some white, doesn't it? Oops. A little too messy there. Still got 33 people watching. That's pretty good. Oh, and I've got a new follower. Sleuth Slayer. Thank you very much. I missed that. That was 15 minutes ago. Sleuth Slayer. Missed an eye in the back. Oh, I did. You guys are helpful. Corinthian column. Let's give it a little bit of white texture. A little bit of gray texture. Looks pretty good. Okay, the eye in the back. That bothers you guys. Oops. Opacity. There we go. Now I can go on top of these chicks and give them a little bit of flesh tones. Let's do that. This is just a little hint of darker flesh tone, just to start. Oh, thank you for the kind words, folks. Did you make your own brushes for Photoshop? I did not. I'm just using the little regular brush tool. I have been impressed with some of the brushes in Photoshop that I would like to try. I'm using old Photoshop CS4 and some of these new brushes that I've seen that I would like to try. They don't work with the Photoshop CS4, and I have to make myself buy another Photoshop. I've probably bought 5 Photoshops over the years, and CS4 worked so nice that I wasn't looking to quit it. So I'm still back in the Photoshop dark ages. This is just a little hint of shade. I'm not going to do a whole lot of shading. Oops. Okay, Bernie. they're going to be red-faced with anger. I'm going to give her a little peak cheeks. Same with the Pootie. Let's go in and give him a little bit of lightning. That's harsh. A whiskey nose. This is just a little bit of lights. Not much, just a little. Solo drinkers on Valentine's Day. That's so sad. Okay, let's go for some little harsher darks. Oh, Jed Bira 1. Thank you for following. I do appreciate that. Jed Bira 1. Okay, let's have some, well, darker spots for Bunny. So the Phoebe is back streaming. I have to go mod for him, but I'll be lurking here. I don't understand this. I don't have my my Twitch lingo down. Alright, let's give Bernie some suit details. there. Doesn't need a lot of suit details, just a little bit to give him a little bit of mass. Oh, well, that's great. Diazimada. A little bit of darker spot here. There, I think that's good. Bernie's looking okay. Now, what else does he need? Moderating is so greatly desired by the mass population of Twitch, they don't understand that it's really just a responsibility, writes Bardner. Oh. Theo? Oh, my moderator here, Psy Matrix, is telling me that Twitch is dropping frames or having trouble. But I'm looking at my feed here on my laptop, and I think it's looking okay. I'm not noticing any lost frames on the laptop feed. So I'm guessing that you just got a slow connection. Theo, my excellent moderator. Theo, I'm looking at it on my laptop. It all looks fine to me, so I don't think the problem's on my outgoing end. Poco Loco Britches asked, do you guesstimate how many layers you'll need when starting a cartoon, or have it all planned to the T, or just add as you go? Well, actually, what I do is I look at the size of this box over here, and I just add enough layers so that it goes from the top to the bottom. It's a plan, huh? Okay. Pink. We need some pink cheeks. Let's do it. Oh, frame drop is the Twitch side. Thanks for letting me know, Theo. It could be so many things. See how that little bit of pink just gives it life? A little bit of pink just does so much. He needs it on his butt, doesn't he? And his little pink toes. And then Hillary needs some pink. She's got a little bit of life in her old cheeks. Yeah, I labeled one flesh base because I was afraid I'd lose it and I'd need it again, but it's pretty rare for me to label anything. I'm pretty messy about the layers. And I'm fascinated by those comic book guys who are just so neat with their layers and label everything and are just so fastidious with all of those masks that they do. My goodness. Little things that I would freehand, they do so precisely with their masks. And I'm just not there. Werner can have a little bit of pink as well. It's just a hint of warmth, a hint of life going on inside there is what the pink does. Okay. Some pink fingernails. That's enough pink fingernails. I guess I need to do Hillary, don't I? Do a little bit of white here. Oops. Oh, Bunty Punk, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Bunty Punk. Lots of junk going on in this winter color. Oh, look how I missed some muck around here. Good deal of missed muck. Notice how I draw the pink on top of the black, because it's going to change the color of the black when it's printed CMYK. Here's his spittle. Okay, Hillary's hair. I haven't decided what color her clothes are yet. Oh, look at that error. Tied in here. Oops. Alright, there's her hair. That's all I'm doing to her hair. I'm going to give everybody a little bit of gray. No, let's do Hillary first. She made a little bit of gray. I think she needs to be what? Purple. Huh? Lavender? 24 people are watching. That's still pretty good. Oh, and Dale Dirty. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dale. 38 people today. I have been on a long time. 2 hours for part 1 and about 2 hours for part 2. And here I'm going on 2 hours of coloring, which doesn't surprise me. It's a complicated cartoon, you know. A lot going on in here. Alright, let's give her a purple jacket. Oops. Purple jacket. How's that looking? She could have a pantsuit. Did I do that? Make her all purple? That is something she might do, a purple pantsuit. Hillary's calling card is the pantsuits, but I don't recall her wearing a purple like this, but it seems like something she might do. Good enough. And with this pink background. Oops, why is that doing that? That was my eraser that was drawing down a color. Back end of the pen on the back of the eraser. Alright, she's looking okay. Give her a little bit of white texture. Just a teeny bit. Oops, that's too much. Just a little bit of breaker up texture. And the same on the girls. They can use a little bit of texture in the lighter spots. Makes it look like they're wearing real sweaters and jeans. Right. Bernie can use a little bit of that too. Now what? I'm close to being done. Trying to find where the shoe is. This is what comes from not labeling your oops. Why does it do that? I'm getting pretty close to being finished here, folks. All right. What more do I need in this? Am I done? I think I might be done. This could be all done. I don't think there's anything else I really have to do. I could overwork more of it. But I think that they're pretty well refined. This gal could use a little bit of darker detail. So can this one. Hey, I'd like to thank everybody for watching. And my plan is to, starting next Tuesday, to start drawing on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or Monday. Well, let's see, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. But next week I'm out Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week I'm planning to draw. And then going forward, it'll probably be Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I'll do 3 a week, and I may add more if I get some advertising work or other kinds of projects to do on top. So, but basically I'm going to commit to the 3 cartoons a week schedule. So if you'll take a look at the front page of Kegel.com going forward, we'll have a schedule posted there. You can see when the next ones are. They don't have to be such a surprise. And, oh, I forgot to put my signature in here. Remember, I was going to not forget that. So here's Trump babies. Let's try this. DarylKegel.com over here. I just forgot to draw it into the cartoon. Select color range. Okay. Copy. Back to Bernie Girls. Put it over here. That looks okay. Now let's go back to Baby Trumpless Debate. See here, someone wanted to see a Kasich. Here I've got Kasich second from the right. Select color range. Okay, copy. Bernie Girls. Where do I want? Politicalcartoons.com. Maybe here. Yeah, that looks okay. Let's put it there. Okay. Are we done? So everyone, please, last chance to follow. Dale Dirty followed 14 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Dale Dirty. And see me here next Tuesday. I'm going to do these at noon. So next Tuesday at noon. Because here it is. I started at noon and now it's 7 o'clock in the evening. This cartoon took me 7 hours. 7 friggin' hours. And, that's not unusual for a cartoon to take a full work day. It's just the nature of what I do. So if I come on at 12 and finish up by 7, I guess that's a pretty good work day. Anyway, thank you everybody. You will see this cartoon post tomorrow, and I think it'll all be good. So, thank you, DS Mata. Thank you, Kibara. Keep coming back. You can look at my old streams. I got lots of good cartoons up there too. And I will see you guys next Tuesday at noon. So thank you much, everybody, and I appreciate your support with this. And I'm committed to making this strange new streaming work for me. So thank you so much for watching.